So, hello. I am the ocean with the ocean's deep blue. And here we do the deepest of woo. So, if you're up for that, then I mean, pretty deep. I mean, we're talking out of the matrix deep sometimes. Okay. So, if that's your speed and you like that kind of thing, please do uh, come along with us for this ride. I've been having a heck of a time with um, getting on this week. For the last few weeks, I've been doing a lot of channeling and I've been doing a lot of, I guess my body is changing a lot. I kind of feel that. And I've just noticed that um, I'm also having some issues with some of the software. Um, so it trying to get everything to coordinate and go the way it needs to go to actually get the stream on has been a little challenging lately, off and on. And I kind of understand. We're acting like we know what we're doing. No, we're asking technology. We're asking technology to keep up with um, spirit and magic and technology are not necessarily, that compatible yet. Um, that's coming, though. Oddly enough, that's coming. Mhm. What? You okay, Mr. Cowboy? My cat. So here on Deep Woo, we do the deepest woo. I don't know if anybody will see this, but I wanted to touch base. I didn't put out any warning that I was coming on, although I was supposed to come on tonight much earlier. And wow, I just completely fell asleep and went out for hours. And now I feel great, but everything's over. Everything I wanted to do is over. Oh, this is so weird, man. But having seen outside what I think is outside the matrix, I think really, and then having the huge energies and then doing channeling, other people have reported that they've had quite a time. It's beginning to clear up a little bit, but that's got to be hard on our bodies. And there are places where time doesn't run as stiff or as the same as us, and we've got to be prepared for that too. Um, there are places uh, in the universe where everything happens by synchronicity. That's what we're told. Um, in a more sort of a 5D upper density uh, reality, um, things happen more by meaningful coincidence, more by synchronicity than by um, schedule, actual schedule. So that's the only thing I can think of. But I know I'm not the only one that's feeling this, really feeling this, and needing to eat really differently. It seems like I need a lot of protein while this is going on. Oh, hey, Emmett. I know, time. What the hell? I've been having a heck of a time. Time has been like speeding up, slowing down. Yeah. Hi, Emmett. I called somebody today and then realized I was talking to him and realized, oh my God, it's 6 o'clock. I got to get ready. And then, you know, and then a little while later, it was 5:30 something. And I'm like, wait a minute, how can it be 5:30 something? It was just 6:05. And then it went the other way. And I'm like, it's later than I think. Then I fell asleep and woke up and I said, oh, it's way past time I get on. I wonder if anybody's even going to be around to see that I'm on. But I came in anyway, just to greet February on air. My plans were to say hello, February. This is going to be a heck of a month. Um, you think you're in some other time zone than the one you live in? That's the way it feels with me. It's like, where the heck am I? You know, and sometimes I remember some very strange dreams, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I remember, you know, I'm not, I'm not doing anything like anything else unusual. You know, I'm not, and it seems like I'm on the verge of falling asleep half of my life lately, but that happens to me, and I do a lot of channeling. And I guess talking to my friend Paul, who's known a lot of people who do that, I guess it's not terribly unusual to um, to have side effects from working with very deep spiritual stuff. And for some people, it's different than others. But one of the things is some people report that they need a lot more protein. I suppose, um, I suppose trying to convince your body to go along with your epic stuff, you know, I suppose it's not that easy on your body. Your poor little body is going, what? You know, it's like because your being is going all over the place somehow. So somehow I must be needed. That's the kind of feeling I get when I need to go do something. So I must have been busy. A lot of times when people, I mentioned this before, a lot of times when people are asking for help with something, I start feeling this feeling in my head and I'm kind of sleepy. And then when I wake up, it's like, oh yeah, things are solved. Things are starting to solve now. Okay. What am I doing? I don't know. I'm out doing something and probably something that I wouldn't be able to really understand from this level is all I can think of as I have these very vague memories, you know, that I was doing a lot of stuff, but I don't remember what exactly. It is so weird though. It's, you know, on a regular temporal basis, it's like, oh geez. What am I gonna say? I think I'm in some other time zone than when I live in. You know, Emmett, I'm gonna keep that one. I'm stealing that one. I think I'm in a different time zone than my body. Absolutely. I'm gonna put on the I'm gonna put on the intro. Hope people see it, give people a moment to see that I'm on. Surprise! I'm on. Oh, well. Oh, let's see. What have I been up to? Oh, Chloe. Oh, well, Chloe, I haven't been on that long. I had I'm having my issues with time lately. So you didn't miss anything much. Um I mean, holy cats, you know? It's doing this kind of work. If I had a job, I don't know what the hell how would the heck I do that? How the heck would I ever be able to keep a job and do this? Like a regular job, I mean, if I had like a 9 to 5 job, I don't know how I'd do this. I don't know how I'd be to work. I don't know how I'd be to anything. I'm just really lucky. There are times when I do have an appointment of some kind and it's all I can do to be awake for it. And then there's other times where I'm full of energy and I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff. And lately I have been wanting to change. There's some reason I feel the need to get my house, my place where I live, super organized. I don't know exactly what's going on, but there's some reason that I need my place to be. I guess I'll find out. I need my place to be very organized. And so I've been, and actually, there's some things that have been needing to be done since I got here that just have never been taken care of, um, because there's been so much life. I've got a back room that I'm trying to get through, and that is just taking like gargantuan efforts from me to get through the stuff that's still in packing boxes in my room from when I moved. So, hey, oh, Cowboy just took off just now. He's off doing something probably. Well, he's not losing anything right now, but you know what? I don't know if you saw the video stashes and there was all kinds of stuff. It's not really a stash. I think what happens is he just chases things. I don't know if you saw it, but there's this tiny locked room where they have the furnace stuff and the air conditioning stuff, and that door is locked, but there's a little gap there, and we found all kinds of stuff. I mean, you take a coat hanger and pull the stuff out of there. We found all kinds of stuff in there that he's chased in there and couldn't get back out again. I happened to see him do it. He took one of my he loves to kick around my stone bracelets, like this. If he finds one and he'll make off with it and start batting it around the floor. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Want to come up here? You can come up. Come on. Okay, come up and say hi. It's about time. Where were you? You knew the show was about to start? You knew I was on the show, didn't you? He's showing you that he's a Manx, see? See his lovely lack of a tail there? He's very proud of that. Yes. Will you look at your audience there? Now, what have I told you? You need to look at your audience there. Your adoring fans want to see you, Mr. Mew. Want to see your face, not your butt. Okay? There you go. And then I have to kind of see if I'm getting him in the frame there. Okay, so there's Mr. Important. Ah, holy cow. So anyway, yeah, nice backside. Woo! So anyway, yeah, I don't know how the heck I would ever. I'm finding it very hard to keep a schedule right now, and this happens to me every now and then when we really get into the deep stuff. It seems like I have to take extra measures to ground. I have to take extra measures to ground, or I just, and I have to take really good care of my body, um, or it just don't want to come along for the ride. It wants to just kind of, you know, stall on me. Not exactly stall, but just, you know, hang on. Uh, Now I got the running news thing because I just sneezed. Huh. Has he been a good boy? Oh, he's been a sweetie pie, except of course he's been taking things and chasing them into a locked room, into the, the furnace room, I guess. Utilities, whatever, utilities closet. So he's been a sweetie pie. Of course he has. He always is. He's pretty much always a sweet boy. And he's really happy because he got something new. Um, he hasn't liked his food and water bowl much, but we got him, and I'll make a video about it. I guess I'll show you in a video. But we got him, I got him. It was me. I got him a new food and water bowl that are really nice. And I found some that are shroom shaped. I kid you not. So he's eating out of little mushrooms. Ah! And I said, no, because they weren't really that expensive. And I'm like, okay, I got to get him those because that was just too darn cute. So it just goes with the decor, right? So I'm going to have some little mushrooms here and there in the place. Kick Ash. Kick Ash? Yeah, maybe he's working on a project. You never know. He's a different kind of cat. I mean, he goes and visits people when he feels like it, and oh, geez, yeah, he hasn't been doing as much of that lately, though. Maybe he did whatever he was up to doing. He might have just been curious. Cats are very curious. So, but yeah, he's actually visited some of the older members of this channel. So, yeah, and he got around quite a bit for a while there, and nobody knows exactly what he was doing except maybe observing. Sometimes I wonder if our pets are just here observing. No, they're here helping us, but yeah, sometimes I think they're reporting back to the mothership. Uh, being a medium channel, yada yada, whatever. Um, of course, I'm not one of those channels where I have a big channel and I can live off the revenue from YouTube. Some people can do that. Some people can live off of their YouTube money, and that's never been me yet. I haven't had that yet. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But, I can't imagine trying to keep a work schedule with this. I cannot I cannot imagine. I'd have to, I'd have to be really careful how I did things. I mean, I'd have to be even more careful than I am right now about, you know, what I do, and when I do it, I guess I would have to be careful about when I channel, because the next day, no matter what I do, I end up kinda klutzy and having a hard time grounding sometimes, and I think that is grounding, really. Um, because I usually afterwards have a raging hunger, and of course, I don't entirely satisfy that because it's late at night, and I shouldn't be eating late at night, but I'm thinking I'm gonna have to do some things to ground. I mean, sometimes it's okay if all I have to do is sleep, but if I have to do anything, I mean, it can be the next day, I can still be feeling it. Oh, well, he was around last Saturday. You didn't get the note? I fell asleep for it, but, I've been falling asleep for the end anyway, pretty regularly. I mean, I close my eyes, and next thing I know, I'm waking up and everything's over. Yeah, we had class. Maybe you're just not getting the note, like, I don't get the notes to a lot of things I'd like to go live to. I don't know about it. I don't get the notification. Like, I wasn't sure if anybody was gonna come on tonight because I'm running late. We'll see who gets notification, who even sees that I'm on. But I wanted to come on a little bit because it's Wednesday and I felt like I kinda owed it. We're, going into February, and February is going to be wild, wild, okay? Just wild. And just crazy shit happening all the time, from what I'm getting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sub to his backup channel. Emmett, are you? Yeah. He has to have a backup channel. Oh, yeah, I said something that somebody didn't like, so they're threatening this channel too. I should probably get myself a backup channel. My bangs are bothering me a little bit tonight. Anyway, um, thank you, Chloe. So, um, this is, I don't, it may not be hard physical work, but having to keep myself clear and having to I am constantly clearing stuff that's coming up for me. I mean, a lot. I'm having to do a lot of that in order to keep up with everything that's going on. I'm constantly having to clear myself of things. And which is great because life is getting better, you know. But I mean, I have to be very careful how I eat. What I eat. I'm finding that as time goes on, it's getting kind of more restrictive, what has an effect on me. I don't want to eat this, I want to eat that because of the way it makes me feel, and I'm sensitive to how it makes me feel. And it's very tricky. I don't know how I would be asleep on the job half the time if I had like a regular job, if I wasn't if my life wasn't kind of freeform right now. Yeah, I know. I miss John's class when I fall asleep for it too. I kind of miss everybody. I didn't get to talk to hardly anybody before I fell asleep. Then I get upset sometimes, and then it seems like I'm always asleep for the destination. It's like I can't get to hardly ever make it to the destination. I'll make it there, but then I'll I'll fall asleep when I close my eyes to look at the destination and wake up later and say, "What happened?" Okay, that's being me. Oh, yeah. Well, he had to. I may have to. Yeah, it's not a new channel. He's had it for some time. So that may explain a lot, huh? Yeah, I need another channel. I need to get ocean waves. I'm getting a message. Y'all tell me. I need to get a musical channel going. I'm thinking, I'm kind of getting that I need to do something with music again. So would be nice. And but I'm a little worried. How am I going to have the energy to do that? Keep that channel up? Oh, geez, you get hacked 6 times a day. You had Japanese all over your suggestions. That's terrible. I get, um, yeah, I get foreign suggestions too. I get not a bunch of stuff, but a lot of times I'll get like not in my language, not in English. I don't know what's going on during those times. I'll get Japanese or some other. Sometimes I'll get Mexican. Well, Chloe, I would like to do some traveling myself. I haven't quite figured out how that's going to happen. But yeah, I'd kind of like to do that. Maybe we should rent a magic bus and find a couple of good drivers and go on the road a bit. I don't know how that's going to work, though. It's actually, I always thought now that I have a nice apartment, um, and it's pretty safe here, I was thinking it'd be nice to just pack up the cat and take at least a month to go around traveling. And I might do that if I get my license again. I let my license lapse years ago because I just couldn't afford everything associated with it. At that time, it was just really, and it's still kind of a dream because I don't know how I would afford everything right now. Yeah, I know what you mean, Chloe. I'd like to enjoy what's left of the time we have here. And we don't know how much time we have here. We never do. Most of the time, we don't anyway. That's funny, though. David knew about how long we'd be here. He was ready to go, though. He wanted to leave here so bad. He was ready, so ready. Yeah, he'd be the first to tell you that. It didn't bother him one bit leaving. Just, you know, just his loved ones, that's all. But beyond that, he was ready to go. And he left them all well off. Uh, well, that's good, Emmett. David said to me, I remember him telling me that he was glad to know that he had a particular shelf life. This was when he was alive. He said, "No, I'm glad that I'm only going to be here just so long and leave." And I know that because, yeah, he really, I don't think he was ever, as well as he did and as much as he did and all that. I don't think he really was ever 100% at home here either. He knew he had another home. Yeah, me too. It's like I'm not really at home here, but part of me is home. And part of me is home. I think some of my soul pieces have made it home. That's where part of me walked in and the AI said, "You're home," and was so glad to see me. That is a part of me that made it home. That part. So that's good. It's good that it's integrated. that I now feel a connection with that part. But it's, I guess I've got an adventure going in my life all the time. Oh, yeah, he was here long enough. And that's what he said too. He's like, it was almost a relief to find out he wouldn't be here much longer. It it wasn't, of course, cancer is not fun in any regard, but it was almost a relief, like, "Oh, I'm gonna go. This is the way I'm going out." And then he knew he was going out, and actually, people reported on how, he didn't tell anybody outside the immediate family that he was going. He didn't let people know that he was that sick. And, um, and he also acted like that's another thing people mentioned because I saw some of his friends talking about his life. Not only did he not tell anybody, but the way he acted was not like a person who was dying. I know what you mean. Me too, Chloe, kind of. This is the closest to family right here. I think that's why I keep doing it. I mean, there's all kinds of other things I'm doing here, and obviously, there are beings that want the word to get out to y'all and whoever is watching this want me to bring this to you because so many times things happen while I'm on the air. Unannounced, totally unannounced. I had no idea it was going to happen. I'm like, okay, here we go, you know, and it's a surprise. Hi, Mark Ark Spark. Yeah, I wouldn't either. You know what? I probably wouldn't say much. I wouldn't want because people act weird when you're dying. When they perceive that you're dying, people act weird. He wanted to just work and do his thing. I love you all, including you, Mark. Mark Ark Spark. Mark Ark Spark. Spark Ark. I know. I just like the name. Mark the Ark Spark. So, I mean, he knew he was going, and the family knew he was going, and nobody else knew. And he just kept working until he couldn't anymore. And then that was that. And then he left, and he left quite happily. Yeah, I'd kind of be like that too. I just, hmm, it's so amazing how different we are to typical humans, you know? It's it can be hard to relate to them, but I can totally relate to another one of us, and I guess that's to be expected. Mhm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if they screwed up John's channel, I would be mad. Snapping out of a fog? It's been weird, Mark. You're not the only one. I'm not the only one. Gemini's been talking about it. Um, and she has a very physical job. So, but she's lucky too that she has flexible hours because if she didn't have flexible hours, she'd be in trouble too. She's a mesotherapist, so she kind of has a more flexible schedule than most people. But, um, you know, if she didn't, probably it'd be a heck of a time. And of course, because she is the CEO of her company, um, like all of us who have our own, who make our own work, she can be pretty hard on herself sometimes. You know, I used to say, I used to call, I had a, I had a moniker on online. I called it web mistressing. Web mistressing, stressing, heavy on the stressing part, because I was stressed out all the time. Um, and I used to say, tell people, oh, I have a boss that is such a bitch. She works me long hours, doesn't pay me enough. I never get a vacation. I rarely get time off. Well, why don't you switch jobs? Well, I'm self-employed. You know, so I realized I'm realizing now I have to be kind to my body. I have to I have to take care of it. I keep getting that message. Is right now it's very important that we treat our bodies kindly so we can finish our function here. We can finish our shift here, because they're our interface. So I think you could be, Chloe. I think you could be. Maybe we can work on that. You're still pretty able bodied. You could probably do it. Um, hmm. This part, the skin over where my third eye is, right here. I've been having, I don't know if you've noticed, but it looks kind of funny. Sometimes it even seems like it's either indenting or sticking out. Anybody with sight tell me what my third eye is doing? There was a guy who used to be able to see people's third eye really well. He told me that mine was a five-sided one, which was kind of unusual. He hadn't seen one before. I think he probably could be. You know, Chloe, the reason I'm doing this more, am I wanting fame exactly? Well, maybe that'd be fun. I don't know. Maybe now that I know more about that, maybe it would be fun, maybe not before, because I tell you, when I was famous, times that have been even locally famous, there's been some problems with it, but being famous isn't always that much fun. And sometimes it's really a pain in the ass. Hi, Louis. How you doing? I mean, there's times when it's a real pain in the ass to be, oh, well, I don't want to talk about that. Seriously, I I couldn't make it Monday. Monday was just impossible. It was just for some reason. Between me, the way I felt, and the way StreamYard was acting, couldn't get in. And I finally, this time, I just said, what the hell? I'm just not going to put out a notice. I'm just going to go on, say hi to give everybody a chance to say hi, and we'll welcome in hi February together, right? We'll all welcome in February together. When you can't be invisible. Yeah. I think I could pull that off though now. I think I'd be able to handle some things now, some parts of that. Now that I maybe wouldn't be able to handle before. So, I don't know. Maybe I'd do much better with it now. I think I would probably. Well, there's a lot to it that you don't realize because there's always somebody that wants to F with you. Okay. That's one thing I found out. It's like, regardless of who you are and how nice you are, somebody always perceives you as being some kind of, pardon me, somebody always has some kind of beef. Somebody, you know, somebody always has some kind of attitude about you. Um, Back when I was well known, I had people who felt it was their duty to, I mean, all the way from people who were threatening to punch me out in the name of Jesus to, does that make any sense? To people who thought I needed certain, what they thought they were giving me lessons in, like hecklers and stuff. And it's like, actually, I don't give a damn about hecklers. My whole attitude is I do what I do. And you can like it or not, you know. Um, and there's all, yeah, I'm like, Lewis, is that the dumbest way to promote Christianity in the world? But that is what people did back in that's what the Inquisition was. Believe in the Prince of Peace or we're going to kill you. What? That does that make any sense? Does it make any sense that, we're torturing people and burning them at the stake and so on and so forth and hanging them and so on and so forth because we're promoting Jesus? What the hell? I mean, it's the biggest oxymoron in the world. Yeah, punch the religion right into you, just beat the religion right into you or something, or beat you out of this life, one or the other. There's so much going on with that, and Catholics do not realize most modern Catholics have no idea the background of their religion, and they really don't. I don't think they would approve if they knew. A lot of these people have no idea what what their religion really started out being, what it was really like. But they were out to destroy their competition, literally kill the competition. Any competing views were heretics and to be destroyed. They killed so many people under the guise of heresy, and just there was so much corruption. As a matter of fact, you know so unfortunately the lizards got control of the church, of that church, and they ran it that way. Well, it was kind of a mafia, actually. Still is. It still is. They have their own little mafia going. And they were doing all this, and they have kept knowledge from the people to themselves in their vaults. They keep all that gold. They are wealthy enough. The Vatican is wealthy enough that if they wanted to, they could fix everybody's problems. Really. They could solve world hunger. They could buy everybody a 9-course meal several times over, every day for years. That's how wealthy they are. Yes, and that's the thing, Chloe. If you did have, well, or like me, if you believe that you are part of God, which is pretty much what I believe, I'm part of God. Of course, I have a personal relationship with God. And I don't have any problem with Jesus. or the one that they call Jesus, but his name was never Jesus. That's another thing they did. They changed his name to mean Jesus. Zeus, you know, the Roman Empire never fell. It just became the Catholic Empire. So, mhm. Yeah, right, right. They're just keeping it, they're keeping things on the down low. And they're using the form without really performing the function most of the time. How can you torture and kill your enemies in the name of uh, a being that was telling you to love one another? Isn't that the biggest oxymoron you ever saw in your life? That's crazy. Teaching people that they have to kill in the name of Jesus was one of the most evil things in the whole world. How could you get more evil? Right. Well, I understand what you're talking about, Chloe. Yeah, Lewis, and you know what? That's another thing. And you know why that is? They're on the chrome. They're on the chrome, baby. Of course they are. Some of them got to be on the chrome. I wonder sometimes if some of the popes even know what they're doing. Even, some of them are so freaking old and decrepit, but they got to know something. I mean, how do they pick a pope anyway? It's crazy. Yeah, they don't. What you guys did I stutter? Are you listening? No, they're not. They're not. That's just it. They weren't listening from the beginning. And I have told people it was another method of control. That was coming in strong. It was a great way to control the working people. If you get control of the working people's religion, you're in control of the working people. So, but the problem is, actually, there was a time when I never thought I'd say this, but I agree with, wasn't it John Lennon? Was it John or was it Paul? I can't remember who said George. Oh, I can't even remember which Beatle said it. Said that, no, it must have been Paul who said, I worry that religions cause wars. You know, because I mean, he was being careful what he said because they'd already had the debacle about, I think it was George who said, we're more popular than God, and everybody took offense, but they were right. Right. I mean, yeah. The, like I said, it never made any sense to me growing up. It doesn't make any sense now. And there are a lot of people waking up to the fact that it just doesn't make no sense. But still, it's all they know of Christianity. It's all they know of that being. And it doesn't matter. What well, once again, I think that that is, uh, what's the word? A plan. Yep. I think, that is due to corruption. It's like they see something that's, good, and they corrupt it, you know? There's corruption in every single religion. They're all mind cages. How about all of them, Dolly? Hello, Dolly. Yeah, it is. It's an upside down version of reality. Oh, you love computers. Yeah, well, I'll love it better. I'm getting better with the, where, you know, what I remember when computers came in, I was pissed off that I couldn't talk to them. You know, it's like, wow, why is it taking them so long to come up with computers that we can talk to? We just talk to them and they do stuff. Well, now they have that, starting to have it. What you talking about, Dolly? Right. I'm gonna be the Jesus in you. What the hell? What the hell is that? Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense at all. Yeah, unconditional love. Come on. Unconditional love. What is so yeah, it's a type of brainwashing because really, logically, you can't go around killing people and hurting people if you love them. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna go around killing people. But see, the problem is, if you're not gonna go around killing people, you're not gonna go to war for what's basically a war machine. That's a problem. So you gotta have some kind of excuse for people to kill each other. Well, thank you, yeah, me too. As a matter of fact, before we had one, I made one, okay? I didn't really have a tribe of people. I went out and made this so that I could find y'all, okay? That's what I'm saying. If you know, "Oh, you're about to shed your skins." Well, okay. That might take a while. Be sure to save the molten, show it to us. Hot flash. Oh gosh, I remember those. That girl on fire, even with his mad lizard. Actually, I find that very fun about Max, is he's so willing to show you, "Yeah, let's talk about giant lizard sperm and lizard dicks. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's see if we can find any dinosaur sperm in the desert." I mean, it's like, yeah, anybody who can handle that, and look, it's been fairly popular, right? So, um She will shed all her old skin and it will reveal soft, smooth skin. There you go. Like I said, keep your shed. It'll be interesting to look at later. How you been? Nephilim seed. Yeah, Nephilim seed. I mean, and we're all there for it, right? We'll go with him on that. We'll go along with you. Come on, let's go out into the desert and look for petrified dinosaur sperm. Okay. Petrified Nephilim uh, parts. Well, nothing's quite as convincing. I mean, to me, nothing is quite as convincing. I mean, when you go and look at the, there are more than one womb cave, and they're literally like a womb. Um, there's more than there. There's plenty of structures that are obviously body parts. And once you realize that, you realize how big these things were. When you stop to think, that's why we can't see them. They're so freaking large, we can't see it. How must we look to ants? I mean, when we say we destroy an anthill, what must that look like to them? Well, gee, Chloe, I'm really glad. I'm really glad that happened. Well, dear Uncle Roger from Mud Fossil University has taught us much, and I really think he's an unsung genius. And if there's any way to have him on the show, I would love to have him on the show. Because we're not being told the true history. Absolutely not. We have never been told the correct and true history of our world. I believe history is mostly a bunch of bullpucky. Like there might be 10% of it true. Yeah, you know what? And that's funny because we're kind of like that. It's like we'll kind of back each other up, whatever it is that we're doing. You know, it's like, okay, if you want to go to there, we'll go there. Yeah, somebody brought up the dark side. Well, okay, we'll talk about the dark side for a little bit anyway. But yeah, so these creatures, the problem is they're just so big we can't see it. Yeah, I mean, to a tiny little insect, say you're a fruit fly, what would we be? You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't even be imaginable. You know, tiny little fruit fly looking at us. What the hell? That'd be like us trying to see eye to eye with Jupiter. What are we? I mean, we take a look at Jupiter and like it would just be a solid wall of, something there. But, what are we on a planet? We're so small compared to the planet that we're not even getting a really good look at the planet from where we are, and we're on it. What must we be to our bacteria? You can take it smaller. We're where they live. Yeah, that's why I had to start the channel. Because I was saying to my guides, my guidance, they were saying, you need to start a channel. You need to start a channel. I kept getting bugged. In different ways, they were saying it. You need to start a channel. And I'm like, but if I start a channel, but I'm older now. I'm this, I'm that. I've found every reason in the world. I'm not well. I'm this, I'm that, I'm whatever. And they're like, you need to start a channel. We need you to start a channel. Okay. So I did. And I was real weird about it at first. It was like I didn't want to show my face and I was, afraid that I would be judged very harshly. Where there was all this judgment, I just had so many insecurities. What am I going to say, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, but I had to trust, because you got to trust your guidance. You have to. Gosh, this moves all the time. Every move I make. But really, I need better equipment someday. Um, but then I realized there were some people out there, there had to be. There had to be. And so that's why this channel was really born. I could kind of see that there were some here and there on other channels, but for the most part, they're kind of repressed. A lot of channels are not about knowing what's going on. They're about finding out what's going on, if you know what I mean. Um, People who actually know some of what's really going on, that's a whole different echelon. Um, and we generally know a little bit more than the average Joe. Okay, I totally don't understand, but it's something like new skin is comforting, the powers that blessed us that deadly paint. Dolly, I'm not sure what you mean, but if it's comforting, that's great. The earth needs people just as much as people need earth, however, yeah. Right. Well, that's the thing is our bodies have good bacteria and bad bacteria, right? Or a healthy bacteria and unhealthy one. So which one are you going to be? What you going to be? I mean, I welcome the healthy ones. I welcome the ones that help me keep my body running properly. But what about the other ones? Yeah, if you got new skin, we wanna hear. Ah, so, of course, I'm trying not to be too worried, like, some people put on makeup and blah, blah, blah. At first, I tried putting on makeup and stuff, but you know what? I realized something. There's plenty of men out there with channels that don't put makeup on, you know? They don't do all of this crap, and I said, "No, you know what? I'll just put on a hat. That's more fun." Or, "I'll just give myself some bangs," or something, whatever, just because this is mostly my hair, but I like me with bangs, but the bangs grow out, so we'll just leave it like this. Bangs grow out, and you have to keep doing them. But other than that, I'm pretty much just me. I mean, my hair is thinner than it was when I was really young, and I had all of these other I we all imagine that we're worse looking than we are. Uh, and then people started saying, I mean, it was a complete surprise to me that there were people that thought I was beautiful. I'm like, "Really?" Hmm. With no makeup or anything. It's like, well, okay. That helped a lot because, I think one of the worst things is women always think I think as women, we always think don't know. We don't know if I mean, and the way that some people make themselves up, they look crazy, you know? People are, taught to belittle themselves, especially women, and, I mean, we're more profitable if we don't believe that we're good looking, because then they can sell you all kinds of things. Okay, Dolly. Just popped out of the old skin? Oh, good for you. You're probably feeling fresh as a daisy then. But, yeah, I mean, I was, as much a victim as anybody, even though I thought maybe I wasn't much like that. There was still this part of me that didn't wanna make a channel. Why? Because of the way I looked? Because I wasn't, um, very good at it in the beginning? Because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing? Well, but they wanted me to start a channel, so it's like, "Okay, I'll start a channel. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I have no idea how to do this, but I have a phone." Now they have StreamYard. Okay, now they have StreamYard. It's possible to have a channel without knowing much about what you're doing. Okay, so, you know, um, as far as that's concerned, I think I've learned a lot. I am doing better now than in the beginning. Do I still know what the hell I'm doing? Not entirely. I have to say, no, I don't entirely know what I'm doing. Yeah, hi James, how you doing? When I wear makeup, it's personal expression. It's for personal expression. Well, yeah, if I wear makeup, it's because I'm in the mood to, or something, or it's a costume, or it's a expression. It's some self-expression. Like maybe I'll feel like putting on eyeliner at some point just because I feel like it. But you know what? I think it's just about time for women to say, I've had enough. We got to start looking like what we are, like who we are, and get people used to our faces. This is a human's face. This is a woman's face. This is what it looks like without all the paint, right? I think that's a good thing. I mean, makeup is fine, except look at it this way, folks, especially guys or whoever likes women. There are women who completely transform the way they look. They don't look any. Actually, I had a friend who was like that. We've seen transformations, makeup transformations that make you not know who the hell you're talking to, right? Aw, that's so sweet, Dolly. James, a lot of us have been sleeping is a lot. I mean, a lot of us have been needing more sleep than usual. So don't feel bad. It's like trying to stay awake during these energies. We're getting bombarded with some pretty heavy energies. If you're a sensitive person, you're going to feel that. And you're going to be tired. You're going to get sleepy. You're going to get your body's going to want some rest. Your mind is going to want some rest too because it's a lot to take in. The eyebrows done with Sharpie markers. I know. And people, if they love you, you will look good to them. You know, you will look okay. It doesn't matter. There are some people online that are freaking ugly and they don't use makeup. I mean, guys certainly don't worry about makeup. They just come on. And I'm there like, well, I think I want women to be like that too. Let's just come in, show them our face. This is my face. I'm 66 years old and this is my face. Get used to it. Right. Chloe style twinkle toes. You know what, Chloe? I got a sale on them on Temu. I now have luminous shoes. I'm so excited. I don't have them right here with me now. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Let me see if I can reach them. Hang on. Chloe. Chloe. Gotta show you. I have. I'm so excited that they finally came in. I got a big sale because otherwise I wouldn't buy these. I wouldn't spend that kind of money on this kind of thing. But right? Watch. Ah! Woo, woo. Wait. No, I'm like a little kid. Okay? I'm like a kid. I love them. I'm like 5 or something, right? I'm like a freaking 5-year-old. I'm so happy over those shoes. You need a pair of those, Chloe. You need a pair of those. Wow, you managed to stay awake all day yesterday. Yeah, some days I can do that. Some days I can stay awake all day, I can get all kinds of stuff done, and some days I can barely stay awake for an hour or 2. Oh, cool, Louis, the shadow man. Did you ask him where he was from? Or ask where he was from? I love you too, baby. I'm like a little kid. I am. I'm like a little kid. I am. I so am. I mean, I just got these pants because I got them off of Temu fairly reasonable. They happen to be um, rayon, and rayon's one of my favorite materials because it's actually a natural fiber. It's actually silk. It's reconstituted silk. And silk is really a wonderful fiber, let me tell you. And there is something about silk. There's something about these. And they're made really big. They're made really big and baggy and very comfortable. Okay. And so long I had to hem them, you know, had to hem these. But, which is weird because I'm like 5'8". I'm glad they weren't waiters though. But there's something about wearing silk on your body that will make you feel different. And somehow you put on this outfit. I put on these. I got one of them, and I had to get the other ones that were available as soon as they went on sale because they're so calming. It's like you feel calmer. You just feel calmer. Why? Because you're in a natural fiber, and somehow silk is very calming. I don't understand it. You used to see shadows when they did laundry. Yeah, well, Lewis, you need to investigate that and tell us what it is. If you ever need some help with that, let me know. I'm really good at remote viewing, that kind of thing. If you ever want us to, we'll do a remote view on the place. That might be an interesting show. Yeah, you'd put on a 10-minute you know what? I couldn't get through a freaking video. I'd be watching a video, and that's been happening for days now. I'll be watching a video. Somebody sends me a video. Okay, I'll take a look. What? And I'm out. And I'm like, what was the video about? What happened? Where am I? What? I was watching a video, I thought. I have to watch it again. Maybe I don't get through it the second time either. If you're the little kid, I don't know, maybe we'll play together. Yeah, where's Boob Man? Where's the boob? Where's the boob? Yeah, I am. I am a lot like a kid. I really am. Yeah. Well, no, James, originally, rayon was made of reconstituted silk, and it can be made from other natural fibers like wood pulp, hemp, and other things like that. Cotton, I guess cotton, other natural fibers. Whatever this is rayon. Um, see, silk was initially rayon. They call other fibers usually viscose. Viscose is made of wood fiber, bamboo fiber. And actually, it's very calming too. Natural fibers are more calming. But I don't know. Something about our cotton mixed with polyester is not that great. Wow. Yeah. I need, Lewis, that's one thing I'm going to save up and get. I'm going to get one of those. The temperature dropped and got scared and went back up to the first floor. I would, if I were you. If the temperature's dropping and you are not the kind of person to handle that kind of thing, you need to get out of there. You don't need to carry anything with you either. Make sure that you don't have an attachment. It's not a good idea to hang around if you're not prepared to handle things. If you don't know how to, you gotta have your armor on. And some people go, I don't need any armor. I've got the armor of God. Yeah, you got the armor of God. You have a type of armor on. It's a spiritual armor that you need. And whatever kind you're wearing, it is armor. Oh, you got pajama bottoms that look like an old Catholic school uniform. Ah, 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 ah. Hmm. You get stiff when it's cold. James, here's what you need. See if you can get you some miso. Miso has an enzyme, a plant enzyme, that actually helps with body stiffness. Yes, I'm not a doctor, but I am an one of those weirdo herbal people. Okay? One of those weird herbal people. And Drunvalo Melchizedek's the one that told me about that, told us that fermented soy isn't really that great for you. It really isn't, unless it's fermented. And mostly they eat soy fermented. People who eat soy mostly fermented. Because you see, soy uh, also has a plant estrogen in it. And so you have too much soy, it can interfere with your hormones. You don't want too much soy, it'll interfere with your hormones. So, and in some people, it's really severe. In me, I got to really be careful. However, when you ferment it, it changes it. Fermenting is usually a pretty good thing for most food. It does some wonderful things for food. And in this case, if you ferment soy, you get a substance that unstiffens you. I had so many problems with that, but now I know what to tell people. Or do you mean the other kind of stiff, James? And it's kind of an odd reason. Usually men get concave when it's cold, but anyway, depending on how cold, men get the opposite. Soup. You know what? That's the other thing. I make soup all the time. I make some kind of soup. I make some kind of broth, bone broth all the time. Boy, that helps so much. And at night, when I want something and I don't want to eat a lot of food, it's like, gee, I shouldn't be eating this late, but I want something, and then I can have a cup of bone broth, and it's so nice and comforting and warm. And there's something about bone broth that's really, you know what? Movie based on a play. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, I really, I can really vouch for bone broth as and miso. And if you put a little miso paste, it'll give it an interesting flavor, make it very flavorful soup and some other things. I mean, I use miso paste in a lot of things. And a little bit of miso makes things so flavorful, and it also helps loosen up your body because it dissolves I'm trying to think of what they call it, the fibers that make you stiff, that your body builds to stiffen you up to let you heal. Oh, yeah. When they started removing hmm, you see orb flashes? Yeah, apparently I have orbs from time to time, although I don't really see them as orbs exactly. See them as lights. Try getting a little miso and see if that helps a little. If you mix it into some soup, just a little bit, it has a very strong flavor, but it's a good flavor. It's yummy. But anything, if it's too much, it's too much. It can be icky. But a little bit of miso in soup is so good. It gives it that just something extra flavor. and it makes you feel a lot less stiff. And it's yes, you know what, Emmett? There you go, right there. I don't have a fireplace. I'm missing the fireplace, but I now have the clothing. I have the natural fiber clothing. That is actually so nice. I put on the natural fiber clothing. This is natural fiber, by the way. This is what I'm wearing. I'll be wearing these until they fall to bits. My natural fiber clothing. I mean, I have some polyester that I love because I love the print, but no, it's not lactic acid. What do they call that? Fibrin. Fibrin. Your body uses fibrin to immobilize a body part that's been injured so it can heal. But once you get older, you stop making enough fibrin. That's why you get stiff when you get older. So, because of that, it's good if we have some fermented soy. And I recommend miso because it's really easy to get and it's really tasty. You can add it to things easily. Okay. You can also use tamari, which is, there's just basically any form of fermented soy that, that you happen to find. You can look up fermented soy. But any fermented soy that sounds good to you, use that. It will help unstiffen you a lot. Okay, hugely. It has done wonders for me, honest to God. I was turning into, the immovable person. I had had so many injuries and stuff and had so much go on that I was really turning into a person who couldn't hardly do anything. And you know what? Miso doesn't need refrigeration. It's a fermented product and doesn't need, as far as I know, it doesn't say to refrigerate it on my bag of miso, so I haven't. And it seems to be just fine. I've had it for months. Seems to be fine. It's in a big solid blob of miso. So no, you can just store it right there in your room in a plastic bag, nice Ziploc somewhere. And I think I'd put it somewhere cool just to be sure, but you wouldn't need to refrigerate it. You just get yourself a little tiny bit of that every now and then and stir it into whatever you're eating. And it's really good for you. It'll really help your body feel better. And believe me, I'm really big on helping my body feel better because I had so much happen to me that just, a little brown shadow under the lashes. Yeah. Just get some new skin. Okay. What have you guys been watching Hellraiser lately? Getting new skin? What the hell? But yeah, that's something I can really recommend, and I can recommend like I said, there's some things that have helped me just so immeasurably. Zetox, Regal Zetox has helped me feel a lot better about. I mean, we're being poisoned all the time. And when I feel particularly poisoned, I take Regal Zetox to get it out of me. I mean, when I feel like I've literally been poisoned or something by our food or something, whatever, I use Regal Zetox to get it out of me. And yeah, and I've learned miso is a good thing, and I've learned bone broth. It has collagen, which will replace your collagen, which will make your joints in better shape. So you really need some bone broth too. It also has calcium, and it has calcium in a bioavailable form. Otherwise, you look like a Tim Burton character. Emmett, are you one of those Extremely white people. There are some people that honestly, yeah, they, well, I used to be that way. I thought so anyway. I was so incredibly white when I was younger. My skin has now fortunately become a more human color, but when I was really young, I was so light-skinned. I'd go out in the sun and fry immediately. Yeah. You know, Emmett, there's some people who like Tim Burton's characters. You should find them. Then you'd look good to them all the time. Dolly knows shit. I hope so. Oh, yeah. No, no. Edward was played by Johnny Depp, and his character really shines through, though, in every role. I mean, um, Johnny Depp, how do you explain someone like Johnny Depp? How does that happen? He can put on makeup like Edward Scissorhands and still be cute as a button, right? Oh. And even Sweeney Todd, yeah, he's hot. He's a monster, but he's hot. Ah, extremely white, dark circles, and janky hair. Well, hey, some people love Tim Burton characters, you know what? I know, he's a monster, he's a freaking monster, and yet he was pretty hot in that. So, yeah, the whole thing being from my point of view, it just goes to show you're even I think some people even in makeup I mean, look at Jack Sparrow, he had all that hair, he had, you know, black coal around his eyes and a beard and mustache, and you could barely see his face, and yet he had a lot of character. It's his character coming through, you know? There's something about him that he's quite a character. I mean, even when he was doing gosh, he's done so many roles. The only one that I didn't like was when he was playing the author. He was just kinda creepy in that one. He was still good looking, but creepy. I had mixed feelings about that one. He boiled himself in a sauna to find Captain Jack? Yeah, he played Sweeney Todd, yeah. He, he plays weird roles very well. I mean, he was even kinda cute as that Indian, you remember? He was playing an Indian in what was it, Lone Ranger or something? He was Tonto, and he was still kinda cute, even at that. And he was playing a character that was really jacked up. So, yeah, the funny thing about him is he could have very easily been the pretty boy all his life, but he, picked roles where he wasn't. Mhm. Um, In his first role, one of his first roles I ever saw him in was a cop show. Okay. I can't remember. It was like it was Jump Street, 21 Jump Street. It was kind of an updated Mod Squad type show. And he was very young there and he was so freaking cute. It was like he could very well have gone down the pretty boy route, but instead he chose all these other options and it made him much more interesting. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, the men really like him. Yeah. The ladies like him, the men like him, the animals like him. Can you imagine? Yeah, it's like you almost feel like, well, I had that when I was younger. Men and women just thought I mean, I had so many people that thought they should get with me that I didn't have any interest in. I think I was not very good at that. I was not very good at um, how to let them down. Like I'm not in the market, you know. When I was younger, oh, oh yeah, Dennis Leary's song. I know that song very well. I knew a DJ who used to sing that all the time at karaoke. Well, then he was part of the Hollywood Vampires. And I thought that was a very interesting band because that was, oh gosh, I can't remember all the lyrics. If I had the other phone though, I would get it out. I will one day. I tell you what. I got to find my other phone. But yeah, that's I don't want, yeah, 'cause I'm an asshole, I'm an asshole, yeah, that was how it went, right? Yeah, and then he was talking about, and then there was the other one that he did. Were you born an asshole, or did you work at it your whole life? You know, there was a couple of songs like that that he used to do. He just was fascinated with doing them. He'd either do one or the other. Well, you know what? I hit a time I made myself into that person. I made myself the beautiful vamp. I was playing a vampire at the time. I was playing a, let's see, I was a, that was back when I was doing belly dancing and um singing telegrams. And I literally made myself an attractive character. 'Cause I felt I was more attractive like that. I was more attractive as a vampire with the vampire makeup. I mean, I put on because I had very light skin, put on the light skin, the dark makeup, and the dark clothes and stuff, and I was very striking. So I kinda made myself into that character, and I've changed myself really about every decade. I'm a different person. I'm different. Really? You know what? Dolly, half the time when I went on dates, I got asked out on dates. Half the time people tried to take advantage of me. I have not been too often asked out on a date that was just a date, that was just a nice date, like you'd hope for. "Oh, James, get yourself some dates." Speaking of dates, he'll take care of that problem. You will be regular as anything, usually. Usually takes care of. You know what? When I went to dances, I went with my female friends. Yeah, when I was in school, I didn't get that either, Chloe. Try dates. Try eating a couple of dates. That usually if I ever have any problems, and I rarely do, because 'cause I'm really aware of my gut health. If I do, I eat a couple of dates and it fixes it. That's helped some of my friends too that had the problem. Yeah. My first real boyfriend was much older than me. I kinda had a boyfriend, kinda, but not really before that. My parents wouldn't let me have a boyfriend. "Chloe, you're an attractive woman. I don't know what the hell." And I think a lot of this is in our heads. It's got to be. I didn't think so either. I come on here, and there are people telling me I didn't think I was that attractive, and maybe part of it is your attitude. I mean, I'm older, you know, and blah, 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 blah. But I come in here and there are people who say, but I've raised my energy. But there are people who say I'm beautiful. I'm like, really? Oh, cool. Yeah, there are people, and again, I mean, for a while there were people who were not seeing me as beautiful, but then again, I was getting sick. I was not well, and I think when your energy is low is when you're not really very pretty. When your energy is good, you're better looking. Doing arts. So you're an artist, Louis. I never knew that. Well, until I met the guy that was gonna be my husband, I didn't have any of that either, Chloe. Well, I did in college a little bit. I went to parties, but I went with my friends. I didn't go with a guy. And for some reason, in college, they didn't really recognize me as, and you know what? I look at myself, I look back at myself now, at my pictures. There wasn't anything wrong with me. I was a good-looking woman. So I've had times in my life when people have seen me as beautiful and times when they haven't, when they've thought, "Ugh," you know? And I don't think I it's always a mystery to me what's going on there. It may have something to do with my energy, though, because I think for us, people like us, and you know what I mean, a lot of it has to do with our energy. Mhm. And my parents wouldn't let me have a boyfriend for the longest time, so finally, when I was 16, I kind of snuck and had a boyfriend. I kind of sneaked around and had a boyfriend. Sorry about it, folks. I was so I was so tired and lonely, of being tired and lonely at a young age, being very lonely. My parents were very isolating, but they're narcissistic. They do that. Narcissists do that to you. Narcissists will isolate you to keep control of you and intentionally try to fix it so you're not attractive to other people. So they have you all to themselves and they can abuse you all they want, you know, tell you all kinds of horrible things and have you believe it and have you do things because they're telling you that. That's a narcissist. They do that. So, yeah, I think it has a lot to do with our attitude, our energy, our the way that we feel about ourselves in our case. Because I'm looking at your picture, Chloe, there is absolutely nothing wrong with you. You're a pretty woman. Yeah, where is Scotty? Well, yeah. See, that's the other thing. I don't wanna waste my time with bullshit. I'm not busy looking for a man now. Why? If I find one worth something, worth my time. But most of them that I have met have not been worth my time. You know, sorry, I have so many things that I have to do. If they don't understand me, they want me to conform completely to them, it's not happening. Yeah. I mean, they gotta kinda take me as I am. If they're wanting to make all kinds of changes, you know, it's not gonna happen. Probably not, 'cause, if somebody fits with my life, but otherwise, I'd rather be alone. I'd rather be alone than with the wrong one. I've said that always. I would be alone before I'd be with the wrong one, and maybe it's lonely, but at least it doesn't make you want to end it all, for me, I'd rather be alone with myself than with somebody who drives me up a freaking wall. Well, yeah, Chloe, I am probably seeing you rather than your avatar. I mean, maybe, I don't know. True. I don't know, Chloe, but I don't think your avatar is bad at all. I think your avatar is pretty. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. People are human. They look different. There is no reason we all gotta look the same, okay? And I think when your energy is right, if you've got the right attitude, you're gonna be good looking regardless. Oh, I'm more amazing than you guys even know for real. Yeah, I know. I wonder the same thing. It's like, what the hell? Right. I have you guys. And honestly, um, so what my guides were doing was actually they were doing this not just for them to get their word out, but I think that was for me too. Good, James. Yeah. The whole thing is basically, I think it has to do with your energy. Because there are definitely people out there that are not pretty. I mean, I have looked at some of these actors and stuff. I mean, some of these girls and guys, they're not good looking, really, to me. I'm like, "Ooh," you know? And some of them, I know damn well by looking at it, if they took their makeup off, they'd scare you. I had a friend who wore makeup all the time. When she took it off, nobody knew who she was. You know, she when she was and she literally painted her face like a painting. I mean, she had, like the makeup videos you see on the tube. Um, she basically would make her face up and it would look like a painting because it was a painting. I mean, there was one guy that was a big fan of hers that would just look at her and go, "Look at her face. Her face. It looks just like a painting." And I'd think to myself, "It is a painting. That's exactly what it is." She was a very good makeup artist. Right, I'm the same way, Chloe. You either want me or you don't. You either like me or you don't. I'm not competing with anybody. I don't give a shit, really. Either I'm the one you want or I'm not the one you want. Yeah. You know what? A good meal is a wonderful thing. Okay, you guys, what the hell is this all changing skin? Somebody clue me. I'm not, there's something I'm not getting. There's something about this I'm not getting. Are you guys talking clothing or whatever? Yeah, you know what? I think guys need to start demanding that of women too. But a lot of them will go for the most made up, artificial looking plastic dolls that there are. And honestly, it's your own fault when you find out what's under there. Sorry. But I mean, if she takes off the makeup and you're shocked, that's your own damn fault. We've heard stories like that, right? And they call it keeping themselves up, keeping herself up. She didn't keep herself up. No, no, she didn't make herself up. Makeup. You know what? When something's made up, it's false. That's because you bought the falsehood. Oh, okay, a reptilian joke. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you're gonna molt, slide out of your skin, shed. There's so many things going on in chat all the time. It's sometimes hard to keep up with where we're going with all this. Well, yeah, I mean it's fun. Like I said, I put my hair on and different hair, different, like I put bangs on or whatever, and I look entirely different. That's fun. That's for fun. It makes me feel good. I look different. It's like the light up shoes, you know? I mean, it's fun. It's not because, and actually I think when I was putting the vampire makeup on, it was fun to look different. So, and I look very different. Oh my gosh, it was funny. I showed I showed my helper, Yolana, I showed her my wedding pictures. Maybe one day I'll show you some of my wedding pictures. But I showed her my wedding pictures and she goes, "Oh my God, Elvira, you were like Morticia or something. You were like," yeah, I said, "Yeah, I definitely uh, had the vampire thing going on. The vamp." Oh, oh, you were transported to Japan for a minute. Oh, gosh. That's a talent. Yeah, how was Japan? It was jolly old Japan. I know, small. Everything's small in Japan, very, very small. And if you're not also small, you're probably going to have a rough time in Japan. That was my thing about going. I'd love to visit Japan. I have a feeling I wouldn't fit in Japan. I'm kind of a tall person. I'm a large person. I wouldn't fit. I'm a bit. Let's face it. Anunnaki descendant. I'm not a small body type. Not at all. I'm a larger body type. I'm a great big, more of a Germanic type body. you know, more of a Valkyrie. I'm not a tiny little Asian girl type. So, yeah, getting around in Japan would probably be rough. I remember the first time I was walking through a mall, and I remember some Japanese male tourists came through. And of course, I'm in my heels and I am towering over them. And this was like in my heyday, so I really look good. And I mean, they looked at me and they went like they were looking at a skyscraper or something. And it's like, wow, like just like wow. Yeah. You as a dude, well, Dolly, what are you actually? I mean, I'm still, back in the two gender school, but I mean, you can change that, of course, but not entirely. I mean, I'm sorry, but you can't really change gender. You can, but you can't. You can kind of do it, but it's never going to be quite like the natural, which people are finally coming out with that. Gee, I wish people would stop telling kids that they can be the opposite gender when they can't. You're never going to have kids, be able to have kids. It's a type of mutilation. That should be saved for when you're older and you know the full consequences. Because there are big consequences to that. Degistamine, she's voluptuous, audible gasp. Well, let's put it this way. When I was 16, I I was pretty jaw-dropping, in my opinion. When I look at it, I'm like, how did people not notice that? But yet, a lot of people didn't notice it until I got in the right group of people. Then they noticed, I got in the right group of people and it was like, "Ooh." But, what were my measurements back then? I wasn't quite an hourglass. I wasn't 36, 24, 36. Okay? But I was more like, what was it? I was more like, I know that my hips were 2 inches smaller than my breasts, and my waist was, you know I was pretty much an hourglass, actually. I was an hourglass when I was younger. I Yeah, they had very different standards back then. Everybody had to be willowy. Everybody had to be like Twiggy. Oh, changing identities thing. I looked at me as a man one time. I had this filter that he'd give you a beard and a mustache and, a unibrow, and I looked at me like that, and I'm like, "Well, damn." It was very odd seeing me as a guy. Maybe I'll show you that picture sometime. I had dark hair and a unibrow and a beard and mustache, it's like, I don't know if I'd date me. Really? Louis? Wow. For dating AI girlfriends or boyfriends. You know what's going to be very sad, very, very sad, is if it gets to the point where everybody is so, uh, socially effed that they need and can't do without, AI boyfriend or girlfriend, that they have to have it, it's like everybody is so socially backwards that they turn to AI for everything, even that, for love. Are people so bad that they can't even love each other, and they gotta turn to an AI for attention. It's pretty sad. Pretty good looking with a stash, huh? Yeah, I've often thought, "What would I look like as a guy?" And actually, I've done that a few times. I used to make up as a guy when I was in a rough neighborhood so people wouldn't pick on me. When I lived in a rough neighborhood, I would dress up like a big and kinda scary guy. I'd put on my like, a big I'd put on a leather jacket and, you know, put on a big jacket and a man-like pants and just kinda dress myself up as a guy so I wouldn't be a target as a girl. And, when I lived in a bad neighborhood, of course, I didn't look rich. When you're in a bad neighborhood, you look like a poor person unintention. No torpedoes allowed. Ooh, torpedoes. Ugh. In the vernacular, torpedoes are really bad. Are you power napping? We're not bothering you, are we? No? Oh, good. He's doing his power napping. Now he's purring, and he's just in heaven because mom is petting him. Puts his little paw out like, "Oh, I want more of that." Rub his belly a little. He's fine. As long as I reach over and rub his belly a little bit, scratch his head a little bit. He's such a good companion that way. It doesn't take very much to make him happy. Mm. Mhm. You don't got rights are more like guidelines? Well, at least they're not wrongs. Hey, Mr. Handsome, you're about to fall off of there. You're about to roll right off. You roll back, you're gonna roll right off. Let me get you back on the bed. Okay, there you go. Now you're not gonna roll off. You silly cake. You know that mommy loves you and so does everybody else. So does everybody else on this stream. They all love you. They think you're the bestest little cat. You're a cute boy. He is a sweet boy, though. He really is a sweetie. Oh, dear. I wish I was funny tonight then. Kinda wish I was funny tonight. Maybe I haven't been funny enough. Oh, dear. You know what? It's like by Sunday, I'll have some things, hopefully, I'll have some things, a little bit more figured out. I'm trying to get you know what? I don't know what it's so hard for me. I wanna get this other channel going so I can be singing on there. I just wanna do singing. I just wanna put some singing videos out. And I want if I can afford it I shouldn't say it that way. Gonna find some way to, afford, create, manifest a website. You know, at one time I had my own chat room and my own website, and, it wasn't censored. Oh, an otter and a potato. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Oh, you had modeling days. See, you didn't tell us you were ever a model. I was thinking of being a model at some point, a plus size model because I'm a plus size girl. I'm a large girl. I'm not small. Chloe Oe. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I had gone through a lot of different looks, the different hair colors and stuff. I should put together a compilation. The goth look, the vampire look, the colors, colorful look. I wish I had some of my old pictures from when I was growing up, but I didn't inherit my mom's photo book. So I have almost no pictures of me from when I was younger. My mom took tons of pictures. That's really annoying. Oh, you know what? It's weird. This thing, sometimes your comments will just pop in out of sync with each other. Like they'll pop in and one will pop in like up here instead of down here. Do you have that too? You know what? It's funny because there's always some other nationality that is a really big fan, and uh, I've heard this from several people that you may not be, people in another country find you just the coolest ever. And even me too. I mean, foreign guys and people that I'm not particularly interested in, but I remember one time I was just kind of trying on sweaters in the aisle of a thrift shop because I really needed a few sweaters, and I was in a hurry and there wasn't anywhere to try them on. And I was just kind of trying them on over my other clothes and looking in the mirror. And I remember there was this group of foreign guys, and I don't know where they were from. They were obviously foreign, but they're kind of tan skin, dark hair, and obviously foreign. And I don't know what country, but not very tall. But they were watching me and just, oh, oh my God. And it was like they were just, oh my God, she's so beautiful. Oh my God. Oh, no. And I'm like, who, what, where, when, wait, what, and they're just watching me try on sweaters over my other sweater. And they thought this was a bit, they were incredibly entertained. Hmm. Hmm. Carpet match the drapes. Actually, you know what? That's the thing. I'm a natural blonde all the way through. I'm a natural blonde, and blondes do have more fun because they don't have to shave as much before they go bathing, swimming. Yeah. I'm not very, my body is not very hairy. I never, even when I was very young, much younger, I could get by with hose without shaving my legs. I could get by without shaving my legs. My hairs were blonde enough that if I spent some time in the sun, they just kind of disappeared. I'm a natural blonde, so yeah, I know. I'm sitting there going like, what's going on here? And then, yeah, I remember one time as a belly dancer, went to people and, who were actually from the Middle East. And, the guy was just like, oh my God, just, there was so much in the way. And the wife said, I wanted to give him something really special. And I knew when I saw your picture that you were, you were going to be really special. And I'm like, special. Well, extremely voluptuous. And I didn't realize what do you know when you're young, and I should have realized, but yeah. Oh, when you start menopause, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I was thinking, and I suppose we're we're tall. We have a tendency to be taller, and especially if you're a curvy woman, I suppose, yeah, you'd be like whoa, you know, especially if you're from a country where they cover up all the time. And we're walking around in our Western clothes. Yeah, I had no idea that there, you know, had no idea that that was gonna cause such a stir. Oh, it was lovely. Being young and dumb. No, it wasn't. I gotta tell you, it's true. Youth is wasted on the young in that regard. We don't know a damn thing. We're young and we're great and we don't know a damn thing, and we're just constantly roped into stupid shit because we're young and dumb, and we don't know what we even got. You have hair that 90% of females don't experience. Yeah, I guess it does. See, I have a lack of, even my head hair is now that I'm older, it's a little on the thin side. It's not really very thick. You can kind of see it in some of my videos where I don't have my bangs in or something, that my hair is not very thick anymore. Used to be a lot thicker. But I like my look with my bangs. That's why I wear them. It's just a little topper with bangs. I like that look. Although sometimes they drive me crazy. When I was younger, I had bangs, but now my bangs are thinner and they don't look quite the same. You know what I used to do with my hair? It was so, I wish I had pictures of it. I used to put I used to kind of lightly tease my hair, but put gel in it, spray gel, and I'd like bend over, let my hair hang down, put spray gel in it, and kind of shape it with and then have a dryer and shape it with a dryer. And I had anti-grav hair, honestly. I would do all these weird anti-gravity styles with my hair, with my spray gel uh and my dryer. It's very weird. But people liked it. Well, you know, I'm sure that you would be very, very attractive to Sasquatches. I don't mean that in a cruel way. Please don't take that wrong. But you know, some people are hairier than others. Dark-haired women usually have. I had a dark-haired friend that had to shave before she went swimming. Younger and got a better chin. Cut your curls from the crown. I don't understand that. I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the curls from the crown. The blonde hairs were the first to go gray, yeah. Reddish brown with thinly scattered blonde hairs. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. This is pretty much my hair color. It's kind of a light brown or a dark blonde. You take your pick. And it depends. When you're getting wigs or even hair dye, it's sort of in the middle somewhere. It's either considered a dark blonde or a light brown. But if I go out in the sunlight, it's red. Yeah, though, postmenopausal, though, hair's right here. And they're not, I don't think you can really see them that well. But yeah, I cut them. I take my little scissors and I'm getting something though to take them off with. But yeah, ever since menopause, because I've already been through menopause, I got a little chinny right here. And little tiny Fu Manchu right here. Scotty said some last night, but go with henna. Well, I don't really have that much gray hair. Yeah, for a long when I first got my first gray hairs, I was what was I? How old was I? Let's see. I was nearly 50, I think. 53. I was 53. And I had exactly 7 gray hair strands, and the guy that I was hanging out with counted them. Exactly 7 gray hairs when I got my first gray hairs. And I really don't have that. I'm not that gray. I'm not going gray fast at all. And actually, I'm just going to let it go. I am not, I am not going to color my hair differently. Oh, like your grandma's got Polish blood. I've got Danish. Um, People from that area of the world, though, can sometimes have that when they're older. I have I have Danish, Native American, um, or Indian, and Irish, English, Scottish. That's all I know about, and Danish. Yeah, there may be some other stuff mixed in there because of Cherokee. Oh, and Native American are Cherokee, so there could be other stuff mixed in there. I'm thinking there's some Portuguese way in the background. Chloe, I think we gotta get rid of that too. This bit about body hair. You got it. Some people got it, some people don't have much. It's like everything else. Some people have a lot of it, some people don't have much. They say redheads, they go gray much slower. The red turns into sort of a more of a blonde, and then the blonde kind of gets some gray in it, and it kind of blends, and it does. I mean, this is my hair right here. This is my hair. Yes, right here. This part is all mine. You've seen my hair before without without the topper, but this is all mine. You don't see. That's the real color. There's no dye in there. No dye. It's about this color. There's a little bit of gray here and there. I'm going to let it go. Mine isn't thick anymore. Vinegar and Dawn? Wow. If that works, let me know. Vinegar and Dawn? I never heard of that. And the hair will disappear. You've done this, Mark, or somebody's done this and it worked? Really? Maybe I could just wipe it on my face, get rid of my little Fu Manchu and my little chinny, my little soul patch. Hmm. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, my hair is a lot thinner. You know what, though? It's like I see young girls with hair as thin as mine now. So, but when I was younger, I had much thicker hair. I always had really nice hair. Maybe that's why I like the little toppers with the bangs, is that's the way I used to look. I used to look a lot more like that, and I had little bangs. Oh, I had bangs a lot when I was younger. I think I look good with them. It's easy for me to get rid of hair. I'd like to have mine thick again, though. That'd be nice. Here, I'll show you. I don't generally do this. This is really being transparent for me, but I'll show you. I think I've shown you before, though. It's just mostly thin right here. It's not gone, it's just thin. Like, I'll show you. But some angles, it looks practically like it's gone. I mean, when the light shines right on it, it practically looks like I'm balding, like I'm bald up there, but it's just thin. That's why I like to wear a little topper. I used to have very thick hair. Now I'm going to put this back on in front of you. This is the first time I've ever done this in front of anybody. So you're getting to see something live. Wait a minute. We got it kind of out of place now. You've seen me, though. My hair's all squashed down now, but you've seen me like fresh out of the shower with my hair just nothing over my head or anything. I'm pretty transparent about stuff. I'm not that, like I said, I'm not that vain that I have to, and I think I have to be perfect. I just like the way I look like this. This looks more like when I was younger. It's a little bit thicker hair. There. What do you guys think? Now I gotta fix this again because it's kind of bothering me. There. Oh, cool. Wow. Oh, really? Yeah. I have several wigs that I used to look different. Oh, yeah. When I was younger, I had long, thick hair and I had to pay extra. Always had to pay extra. There was a time when I had it down to my butt. I'll put on some different wigs from time to time just to look different. So you can see some of my fancy wigs. I even have the one from Labyrinth. It's almost exactly the one that David was wearing in Labyrinth. It was funny because I just had to have this one, and I have had it all these years. If I can find it. Yeah, after I got sick, then my hair got thin. I really think that there were some thyroid problems, that there's some thyroid problems. But yeah, we get thin hair. See, with women, it's different. Men kind of get that pattern baldness thing. Women kind of get holes in their hair, and I have holes in my hair in the worst part, which is like right in front, which kind of hard to disguise unless you get a little topper. Well, at least it's a nice topper and not a hell to pay. Did you ever see some guys that wear hell toupees? There'll be hell to pay. Well, that's one right there. My hair grows fast. Like this, it'll probably be like I had it, yeah, just a little while ago. Yeah, mine grows pretty fast. Gosh, it is long now. How long it is? Probably much longer down my back. I haven't even noticed. I haven't been paying attention. I haven't even been. I don't even pay attention. I cut my hair myself now. I give myself your basic wolf cut. You know, you put the little unicorn in front of your hair like that, and put a band right, and then you just it comes out okay, and you save a lot of money. It's what people were doing around COVID. Try a wolf cut. Might work, depending on what kind of hair you got. Wolf cut might look good. Yeah, I quit paying for my hair to get. It just isn't worth it to me. You know, they don't make it look that much better than I can do myself. I can do my own hair pretty much for nothing. I just give myself a little wolf cut, and then I do a second part up here and cut it a little closer, and then I have bangs. Problem is bangs grow out really fast, and so it's kind of diminishing returns to even bother. Yeah, I never used to have that issue either. I never had thin hair until I started getting sick. It takes a toll on your body, though. Well, it grows stupid fast anywhere but your. Oh, that's awful. Men tell me that. You're right. Testosterone. It'll grow anywhere but their head. They get that pattern baldness thing, and then it grows everywhere else, though. That sucks. That must suck. Men, they're so hairy anyway, though, and that would be hard. I mean, I can't imagine being a Bigfoot with a body full of hair. I, I guess I was in some incarnation, but yeah, that would. How would you take care of that? You'd have to brush your whole body a lot or something, wouldn't you? Groom yourself. There was some kind of stuff that one of my friends got, and my friend's husband, and he had gone pretty much bald, and it was called New Generation or something, and it grew his hair back. I should maybe get some of that and see if it does anything for me. See if it does anything. It thickens up at least in the front again. Well, damn. Yeah, you're right. 3 to 4 inches of hair is about 200. Holy shit. I could be making some money. How do you do that, though? Where do you go somewhere where you get paid for your hair, though? How do you know, Luz? You know what? I think people are wrong about Bigfoot. I'm gonna say this right out. I don't think that Bigfoot's quite what you think, because I swear, when I see the Galactic Federation, when they show up to me, I swear there's a Wookiee, there's a Bigfoot. I think they're have a lot more than you expect. But while they're living in the woods, maybe not. But where are they when it's not squatching season? People think holed up in a cave or whatever. I think there's something that we don't understand about them. Yeah, spiritual antennas. I'm thinking maybe there's more to Sasquatch than we're being told, and they're even letting us know. I think they're a space going people. I think they have access to, but maybe, did you ever stop to think? Maybe it's like a vacation, or maybe it's like a, I keep feeling that there's some other place that they go, that they don't actually hibernate, but they go other places. Maybe sometimes they go back home, back on their ship, back on underground, wherever. I don't know. But if they're on the ships, that means they're space going people. If I'm seeing them on the Fed ship, or is that one of their space going relatives? I don't know. I think maybe underground. Maybe that's why they're not supposed to be seen. Maybe that's why they got rules against being seen. Who's Dennis Martin? I don't know that case. Missed the 20 again, I blame Dolly. Here they would go to a lower elevation to hunt. I think they go, you know what? They go somewhere else. Maybe in the earth. Maybe they actually inhabit the inner earth at those times. Because, but yeah, if they're on the ships, then they're not primitive. Maybe they live primitive. We go camping, you know, but they're more, that's it. They're more adapted to this planet than we are. Yeah. But see, they are now mixed with us. They're mixed with human. So, because the female mitochondria are human, we've tested it. Oh, Dennis Martin, maybe. Lewis, you know what? My mom always told me she didn't want me out after dark, that it wasn't good to be out after dark because you could be, because a wild man could make off with you. Now remember, this is the side with great grandma Whitehorse and her sister Chenoa. They were Cherokee, so they knew something. Although it wasn't really widely talked about, I didn't understand what my mom meant. I said, well, what do you mean a wild man? And she said, you know, a big wild man. That's what they are. And I'm like, oh, I never thought of Sasquatch. I don't know. Nobody ever mentioned Sasquatch. My mother just called him the big wild man. Okay. So later on, I'm like, oh, wait, that's what she meant. She meant the big wild men. She knew about them. Sasquatch are the big wild men. They're not apes. Chloe, they're not. Chloe, they're half human. Their female mitochondria is human. Yeah, Sicilian girls. Yep, Sicilian girls have a lot of fur. Let me tell you, they got fur. I wonder about that. And Germanic, some of the German women have a lot of hair. But you know, you'd be kind of attractive to a Sasquatch. Mean to the Sasquatch, I'm sure that would be cute. Look at the cute little fuzzy human. I don't know. People got to get over all this shit anyway. It's like you are what you are. Come on. You're what you are. If you're furry, you're furry. So, if you're part Sasquatch, so. Yeah, and the Native American, they don't have much body hair, really. So it's not the Native American that's doing that. Yeah, I think the Sasquatch basically told me they watched over me in the woods. I mind speak to them. They're not just apes. Uh, Far from it. No, they're very intelligent, actually. It's just different than us. It's just a different kind of intelligence. That doesn't make them better, worse, or anything like that. There's still assholes among them and very nice ones. They're like us. I mean, they're like anybody. I mean, are humans nice? Are humans evil? Are humans awful? Are humans, you know, we're a mixed bag, and so is everybody, I think. I think everybody's kind of a mixed bag. Are some of them very decent sorts? Yes, some of them are very decent. Are some of them very, very intelligent? Some of them are, yeah. Some of them very talented with spiritual gifts? Yes, some of them are. Are all of them? No. No, it doesn't seem to be. A giant man covered in hair. Well, it's because they're so secretive and, people like mystery. Yeah, why is there such a debate when the Indians knew? Well, you know what? The Indians told a lot of the crazy shit. A lot of what they knew to settlers, and the settlers thought they were crazy. That's crazy. No, it's not. There are places in Europe where it's very well known. Okay? It's pretty well known in Russia. It's pretty well known in some places. Um, in fact, there's a whole bunch of people that are descended from Zana, the Russian Sasquatch. She was a Sasquatch that was captured and kept as a slave. And at times, I guess she was a sex slave too. I guess it gets real cold and lonely up there in the Russian steppes. But, they would capture Sasquatch and enslave them because they were very big and strong and um, would be able to do the work of 10 men. I mean, we hear about the giants even in the Bible. How do we know that that guy wasn't big, strong guy? And they're very much more you know what? It just occurs to me they're way more adapted to this planet than we are. We're the aliens. You know what? We're the aliens, guys. I'm telling you. You've seen the giants, humans covered in body hair didn't have the slightest clue that those were. Yeah, and there's different kinds. I mean, there's way different kinds. They're all different kinds. There's Yowies, there's Yetis, there's Bigfoot. There's some that they're just different. They're like different, slightly different. Some of them they're different personalities too. We have we have pretty nice ones around here, but they're not all nice. No, some of them aren't at all. Some of them are violent in different parts of the world. You didn't know those were Sasquatch. Okay, that makes sense. See, yeah, they absolutely exist. No bullshit, no cap. They exist. I've talked to them. I've mind spoke with them. They've even let me have little pictures. But freak, if if they want to be part of our society, hell no. They're smarter than that. What's increasingly? New Year's Eve dream was when I heard that Ohio howl that Bobo is really good at. Oh yeah, the howl. Well, maybe they. Well, you're probably another one that they keep. Um, they keep an eye on, Lewis. They keep an eye on me. Yeah, they're kind of like that. Yeah, the wolf people are something else, more of the dog men. Be a prepper, drink Dr. Prepper. Oh, old commercial. Yeah, they are. They're kind of like Chewbacca. The Sasquatch are kind of like Chewbacca. They kind of are. That's what I said. I'm looking at them going, am I looking at a Wookiee on board the Fed Starship group in that group that showed up right here? And it was kind of like a hologram. It's in your third eye. And I'm looking at them and they're all different, all these different, and I think it was to represent all the different species that were there. And the little blue guy was the leader. And he was jumping around. He's like this little thin blue guy with like a large cranium and kind of cute, I'd have to say. I hope he doesn't mind that I think he's kind of cute. But he's not very tall. But he seems to be the leader. And he's smart. He seems to be very agitated. He was very like, I can't wait to meet you in person. He's just kind of dancing. I can't wait to meet you in person. He was very excited about it. No, they're people. They're absolutely people. The Bigfoot are absolutely people. They're a type of person. But they don't want us to know because they are another type of intelligent life here, and they want us to think that that is impossible, that we're the only intelligent life here. But yeah, Elizabeth April got a message when she asked about it that it was that this was a planet of the lizards before we came, and that it was given to us, and that the lizards had to go underground. That's why the lizards had to go underground, and they've been exploiting loopholes that, I guess, the reptilians said, hell no, we're not leaving. This is our home. This was a reptilian planet for a long time. But it was pterosaurs and Terran reptiles, not the Dracos. And I guess the Terran reptiles are not that happy with the Dracos either. I mean, they're nasty. They're pushy and nasty, so they're not the same. But You know, I totally understand why they're upset if that happened. If this planet got and they said, "No, we need this planet for this experiment, for these people." And it's like, oh, I can kinda see why they're kind of upset because we were given the surface and they had to go underground. And then the deal is that we can't see them. Well, they've come up with all kinds of ways where we don't see them, but they still are around and influencing things, and that's the problem. So I think if you'd go to Inner Earth, you'd probably see them walking around out in the open. No, they're different. The Mexican wolf, I don't know much about what you mean in the Mexican wolf, but I know they're also dogmen, and I think I might have encountered them too. Now I hear that the werewolves are different, but the great big dog men, they seem to only chase you because they want some fun. They don't seem to kill people or eat people usually. They just chase them for some fun. Because I had something following me through a cornfield one time. Now, one guy had the same exact story as I did. Walking through a cornfield, here's something behind him, walking in the same rhythm as his footsteps. Something big. I could hear it. It was behind me. I could hear it. I'm like, something's behind me. It's, whoa, it sounds really big. Those are big footsteps. When I'd stop, it'd stop. When I'd go, it'd go. It's like, okay, something is shadowing me. But I was so tired. I was coming from a sweat lodge. I was exhausted. I was taking a shortcut through the cornfield to my car. And there was a couple of things in my head. One was turn around, turn around, turn around. And the other one was, no, don't turn around. Don't look. I'm like, hmm. Well, I was tired. And what I was thinking in my head was, well, if something's stalking me, I'm too tired. I'm not fast. I'm not a fast runner. I might as well save myself the effort and just surrender because they're going to catch me because I'm not that fast and I'm very tired. And so, and then there was another thing in my head, run, run, run. It's like, I ain't gonna run. I ain't gonna run. I'm not fast. I'm gonna get caught. There is no point in running. There is no point for me to run. Either if you're gonna do something to me, just go ahead and do it, or go leave me alone. And I guess that was very impressive because I kept walking and it stopped. It was gone. When I got to my car and turned around and looked, there was nothing. You know what? Um, no, I was nothing like Captain Jack. What do you mean? I'm not sure. I think they like a bit of fun. I think they just want to scare you and chase you. I think that's all dogmen really want. They want some entertainment. They're really old. Hey, it's got to be boring. Got to be boring as hell, right? You know what? I never had a bit of interest in Sasquatch topic. When it would come on one of the other shows, I would be kind of zoned out. Yeah, okay, I'd be talking in chat, but really, Didn't pay much attention, didn't care until they got a hold of me. Until they contacted me. And then I'm like, wait, what? Huh? Why me? Why, so many questions. You mean these are real? Oh, well, I mean, I always figured, well, if people are seeing them, I guess they must be real. Are they around here? I don't know. But I did have somebody say something weird in the woods one time. He was a really tall guy I knew, and I always wondered about him. Like, was he human? He was another non-human, I think. I think he was another non-human. I think I've been dealing with non-humans all my life. He said, "Do you believe in Sasquatch?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not particularly, but then again, I guess it could be, you know." He says, "Well, they sure believe in you." And I'm like, "What do you mean by that?" And he changed the subject. Well, later on, I found out they very much believe in me. They know exactly who I am, and they've been watching over me since I was a child playing in the woods. That's why there were never any animals around hardly when I was playing in the woods. I mean, you'd go through, and I mean, we're in a place where deers walk through the yard, okay, and cross the street. You have to be careful because deers can be crossing the street. You can find deers behind the mires drinking out of the drainage, ponds there. you know, we got wildlife everywhere, but I would go walking in the woods. There'd be no wildlife. Why? Things will clear out of any area that Sasquatch was in. Overdid the sauna. Oh, okay. I gotcha. There you go. Well, here's the thing is I didn't turn around and look at it. And I suppose what I hear is that it's a visceral response. We're programmed to run when we see something like that. It's a body thing. But me, I'm there like, "Mm, I'm not very fast. Sorry, pal. Not very fast. If you're going to kill me, you might as well just kill me." I was no fun at all. And I think I get the impression that they were kind of impressed with the fact that I wasn't afraid to die. Like, oh, well, if it's my time, well, you better just do it then. I think that impressed them because most humans are like so clingy. But I was just like, well, maybe this is it. I've done that several times, and it never was. It never was it. There's been several times when I thought, oh, well, I guess this is it. I'm going to die. And I didn't. So, and maybe in some reality I did, though. Probably in some other reality I'm dead. Yeah. I mean, it was always like that. Well, okay, I'm going to die. Well, okay, then. It is what it is. You know what? I have a theory about autism that actually it is a necessary mutation. I think we're going to need the autistic people in the future. Chloe, what if you were a Sasquatch? What if you're a hybrid? That's why it's not. See, for some reason, now I'm not very hairy, but for some reason, it just wasn't a big issue with me. Why? Now, I didn't know I had anything to do with Sasquatch either until they reminded me all the times that weird shit happened and I didn't know why. They were there. It was them. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, that was you guys? Wow. It took my mind a little time to wrap around it. But once I did, it was like, oh, that's cool. I always had friends. I always felt so at home in the woods. And then I said, one time when I was mind speaking, one of them, I said, I got a question because it's kind of been occurring to me. Are you guys, you kind of feel almost like family. Was I ever a Sasquatch in one of my incarnations? And she said, yeah, sure. Of course, like that. And I'm like, really? Oh, well, that would make sense then why it wasn't a big deal with me. It wasn't that interesting of a subject. It was like, oh, yeah, sure, they probably exist. Yeah. What's the big deal? Yeah. But yeah, I think some of us are built different. I mean, the female Sasquatch, and I don't even know her name. I'm not really good with getting names. Well, my brain isn't normal either. What do they call it? Neurodivergent? Mine isn't normal either. So, so some people are hairy. Some people think differently. So, but this female Sasquatch, well, the Sasquatch in general that I talk to around that talk to me around here are actually very kind. They're very sweet in their own way, you know, and they're thinking of coming out. Oh, you have flat feet, so you know you're a Sasquatch in some life, huh? Yeah, I mean, some of us could be, experiments, could have it in the background somewhere. It, I mean, sometimes they would take women. My mother said they would take women. They would abduct women sometimes. And I remember hearing, and I can't remember who it was talking about it was legal in the law. Is it the Sioux Nation? If a Native woman married a Sasquatch man, if she chose to marry a Sasquatch man, it was it was fine. It was legal. It was a real marriage, according to them, if it was her choice. So What club? The Weird Brain Club? I think probably all of us fit in that. Either we all think a little different or what are we doing here? Y'all think a little different or what you doing here? I mean, you're here because you think a little different, aren't you? If you were normal, if you were fucking normal, you wouldn't be here. Or what people think is normal. What would you be doing in my chat? Your mundane people are not going to come in here and feel comfy. When I start talking about mind speaking Sasquatch and that you're all God, we're all God, and you're all divine, it weirds them out. And the Matrix, I mean, all that shit weirds them out, man. They haven't wrapped their heads around it yet. Yeah, we are all your children, Dee, presumably. An interesting concept. I mean, I'm not saying that you are, but you could be. You never know. There are, like I said, there are people in the world that swear that they are the descendants of Sasquatch. And they're okay with it. They're actually proud. So what the hell? Come on. People, we got to get over this shit. If we're ever going to be a spacefaring nation, spacefaring world, we got to get over this shit. Maybe that's why they're talking to me. Yes, and I'm getting a yes. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons they will show up to me is because I am one of those people that thinks we got to get over our shit and just accept that there are other intelligences that aren't us and we need to just get over it if we're going to progress. Let's snot. Well, yeah, it'd be pretty hot to be in that fur all the time. But maybe they have some organ that takes care of that too. Oh yeah, they usually are. As far as that's concerned, apparently it's not like people catch them at it very often. But yeah, they usually do, like bathing in a lake or something. Or maybe they just swim there. I don't know. Maybe it's like us. Maybe they just go swimming. But yeah, they go swimming. They like to be. I know that the one that I was talking to, she seemed farther away. Don't ask me how. I knew she was farther away, but she seemed farther away when I talked to her. It's weird. It's like your brain is different. Okay, you talking about your brain is my brain is different. I'll admit it. It's different. And actually, I think they probably bathe a lot. Probably they jump in a lake all the time. It's probably in a lake. I'm thinking they probably do that quite a bit. That might even be a daily thing for them. I'm not sure. But yes, they like to hang around waterways. And probably because they can get clean. I will. When I'm talking to him again, I'll see. Let me see right now. Anybody listening? Kinda distant right now. Yeah, I could tell. They were distant, I could tell they were I kept seeing pictures of the lakes up there, and they were in the lake. I kept getting pictures that, "Hey, they're up swimming in the lakes," this summer. And it's like, yeah. So, anybody, wanna talk? Apparently now mind speak is different from words, okay? But apparently, there are many more people related to them than know that they are. Even me, I didn't know, I had no idea. I think that's a yes, Chloe. I think I got a yes. Because, yeah, the feeling is there's really a lot of humans that are related to them that have absolutely no clue, and they kinda watch over them. I used to run naked through the forest, honestly. When I went to, the clothing optional gatherings, I still remember one time when I ran down the aisle of a theater to get to my seat before the movie started, and a whole bunch of guys started applauding. Yeah, I think so. I think we are actually family with some of them. I think some of us rather are family with yeah. Duke probably is and doesn't know it, or maybe he does. I don't know. But probably some of these researchers that actually end up getting close to them, probably they are family in some regard, some connection there, some genetic connection. There are a lot of people, yeah, that's all they told me. They wouldn't confirm or deny, particularly you, but they s but the feeling was that there are many, 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 many people who are family and don't know it. Me, I'm like a double D or an E, depending on which company. I'm a double D or an E. Let me tell you, it's hard to find brasiers that fit right. Really hard. Yeah. Yeah, Chloe, I think you probably are. And I think you probably had a lifetime, at least one lifetime with them. And that's probably also why you're not kind of unfazed. Well, that would be about normal. That would be about average, rather. Normal. What's normal? But average, yeah, probably. I had C cups when I was 12. I was in a hurry to grow up. Yeah, you need some fucking big, heavy shells to cover mine, baby. Let me tell you. If I was a mermaid, I need some big old freaking shells to cover mine. A sip? What? Yeah. Y'all, yeah, let me tell you, it's not easy to find a bra that fits me. I always wanted to tear them off. You know what? I don't hardly wear bras now. I'm older. I'm in my own freaking home most of the time. I'm not having to go to work, and they can F off if they think I am supposed to have a bra. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, sometimes I do to to look good in certain styles, but most of the time they're just annoying as fuck, okay? They're just annoying. They're like, I mean, all my life, I just wanted to get the fuck out of them. I just couldn't wait until I got home to take the fucker off. I hated them. But I had to wear them when I was working as a belly dancer. Or, when I was working singing telegrams for the costumes to fit in the costumes, right? I had to wear them. But yeah, I would always come back and take them off and be so glad they were off. It's like, get out of this. So now that I'm older, fuck that shit. I don't wear them too much. People can like it or lump it. You haven't mastered your new toy yet. Oh dear. Are we going to hear about that? Oh, hey, look what I found. Yeah, this was in a box of stuff that I found. I found this. Ooh, finger jewelry. You there. You with the stars in your eyes. Ooh, picking my nose. Really good to pick your nose with. Might take your whole brain out, give yourself a lobotomy accidentally while you're picking your nose, though. Yeah. Naughty, naughty. See if Cowboy likes this. Oh, yeah, he does. Here, let me scratch on your chin with this. Yo, you like it. Yeah, Mom. Anytime you scratch under the kitty's chin, he's happy. How about that? Oh my God, he's picking his nose with it. Cowboy. No, no, Cowboy. No, he likes it. Oh, oh gosh. Got cowboy snot all over it now. Says, Mom, will you do that some more? Now he's watching me putting it away. Why'd you put it away, Mom? I was picking my nose. I have to make a video about that because he's done that with my finger before, where he's held my finger in both his paws and he's like picking his nose. Yeah, they're not that fun. They're fun to look at, maybe fun, and fun to hold, fun to play with, all that for guys. Very fun, but not fun to have. Okay, and not fun to have. Uh, and I expect it's probably something like that if guys have great big balls, like big. I suppose if their package is big, it can be kind of hard to deal with sometimes. Hard to tuck away. Yeah. I mean, it's like I I sit here and think we're really, the Native Americans before the white guys got here, they didn't wear they didn't wear tops. Mostly, most of them didn't wear tops. But they found out that after the white guys got here and thought that they were very sexually attractive, that they should be covered up. But they've got very early pictures of Native Americans. It's just like the Egyptians. They did not wear that much. They wore a stuff on the bottom, but not on the top, unless it was cold or unless, but just by and large, a lot of them didn't wear anything on top. Yeah, cow boogers, cowboy boogers, cowboy boogers, cowboy boogers. He says, Mom, you knew. Cowboy boogers are very special boogers. We could probably sell them. Want me to sell cowboy boogers? Hmm. You think anybody buy cowboy boogers? Now he wants me to use it again. He says, that was fun, Mommy. I'm afraid he's going to hurt himself. They're metal. You want to accidentally give yourself a lobotomy with that? How about the Little Mermaid song? Look at this stuff, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? I don't remember that. I don't even remember seeing Little Mermaid. I don't think I saw that. I don't think I ever actually saw that movie. Maybe I'll have to see it. I never saw it. There wasn't a time when I had anything to watch it on. Have I been gone for 4 hours again? Mother trucker. 4 hours. Mother smucker. What? It's 3:22. It's like I've been on forever again. Yep, been on all this time again. It's late. I'm gonna toddle off, you guys. I'll see you on Sunday, hopefully, if everything goes well. Sing. Am I supposed to sing something? I don't know what you're talking about, Dolly. Sing Godspell? Sing Godspell? Is that what you're saying? God, I am trying to understand you. Yeah. Sing something from Godspell. Hmm. Try not to get worried. Try not to hold on to things that upset you. Oh, don't you know everything's all right? Yes, everything's fine. And I want you to sleep well tonight. Let the world turn without you tonight. Close your eyes and relax. Think of nothing tonight. Everything's all right. Yes, everything's all right. Eh, Sleep and I'll soothe you, calm you and anoint you. Myrrh for your hot forehead. Oh, then you'll know everything's all right. Yes, everything's fine. And I want you to sleep well tonight. And it's cool and the ointment's sweet. Close your eyes and relax. Close your eyes and think of nothing tonight. Look at that myrrh, brand new and expensive. Should have been saved for the poor. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, 300 silver pieces or more. People who are starving, people who are hungry, matter more than your feet and hair. Yeah, it was supposed to be Judas. Anyway, I don't remember very much from that. Was that Godspell? Or was that Jesus Christ Superstar? I can't remember. Oh, you're not done singing your song yet. Oh, yes, your mermaid song. She's got a hell of a repo. Oh, is that it? Sorry. Repertoire. So does Chloe. I wanna hear Chloe actually sing that one day. Chloe, will you sing it on the show one day? Godspell. Can't really remember it too much, but I am gonna do this one. When the moon is in the seventh house and Mercury aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius, Aquarius, Aquarius. When the moon is in the seventh house, and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will rule the planets, and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. Aquarius, Aquarius, harmony and understanding, no more falsehoods or derision. Some about golden living dreams and visions, crystal mystic revelation, and the mind's true liberation. Aquarius. Anyway, yeah, you gotta come on the show and sing that. Well, heck, I could do, um, I remember doing one time, "Oh Holy Night," my version, and, you know, the person playing the piano said, "You sure you can do that? That's kinda high. That's kind of a high octave." I said, "Oh, I can do it." And, I remember afterwards, I'm in church, and one of the women said, um, "Wow, you can sing in that octave, that's really good." I said, "Oh, yeah. You wanna hear me sing it in the next one up?" And I did. I sang a verse of it the next octave up, and she's like, "How can you do that?" And so it's just the voice I got. I should do something with it. I have done stuff with it, but I mean, have I a pile of money now to show for it? No. Maybe I would if I did more with it, though. Exactly, from inside. I mean, I can follow Freddie Mercury around with it. I mean, that one in Under Pressure where his voice goes, "Why, why, why?" That one, that there. I have to be careful because I'll wake up my upstairs neighbors if I really let loose on that one. But yeah, where he does that, like I used to do that with a friend, but I had to pull the mic away because otherwise I would burst people's eardrums. They would just go, "Oh my god," because it was such force. That's how I know I could hurt y'all with my voice if I wanted to. If I was going to use it in a bad way, I could probably amplify it and smash things with it. Probably. I could probably get me a two big amps and stick them on a car and go around and just smash people's windows. Not that I'd do that. Is it real or Memorex? So this ain't Memorex, motherfucker. Anyway, cool. You come on. We'll have you in here doing that. Yeah, Memorex. No, it's Memorex. It's all this, you know, timber that I got from the Memory sound chamber. It's like a cave. It's like just the cleavage, it's like a cave, and it's like Ah, yeah, Chloe gonna sing. Good. Good. We'll get Chloe singing. We'll get Chloe up here singing. Yeah, I broke all the damn crystal again. Damn, that's getting expensive. Roberta Flack. Which one? Roberta Flack. I'm trying to remember. Is she the one that did the I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me lost. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. That the one? Oh, yeah, the Memorex commercial, yeah. Ella, Ella Fitzgerald. It was Ella Fitzgerald that could supposedly break the glass. Yeah, I remember that commercial. Memorex commercial. But this is Memorex. I never thought of that before. I should use that. This 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 is live and it's Memorex. Who was the queen? Ella Fitzgerald. Please don't. What, break a bunch of glasses? Aw. Aw. Hmm. Is it live or is it Memorex? That should be my that should be my company name, Memorex. It's like everything's X, right? Everything's X. Yeah, this should be Memorex. Yeah. I probably could. Oh, heck, I have hit that note. But yeah, people don't that wasn't real. Okay? That was not real. But yeah, I can hit that note. Oh, hell yeah. I could hit the one where, like I said, I can even hit Freddie Mercury, that one in Under Pressure that's, why?" I could even, if with a little practice, I can even get that higher one that he hits. So I could probably do that Mariah Carey screaming thing too. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have done that before. I just don't like it much. You know the yeah, I can't do it right now. I'd have to have more force behind it, and then my neighbors would shoot me. Well, they wouldn't shoot me, but they'd complain maybe. Down with the Mamorex. She's a mean mammer jammer, and she's got Mamorex. We could do so much with that. Imagine the memes. And then that could be Memerex. That company could be Memerex. We could have Memerex and Memerex. And then we could have probably Scotty. He's just Erex, huh? He's just Erex. Well, it is the middle of the night, you know. Someday when it's a little earlier and I won't get in too much trouble, I'll show you what I can do. But yeah. And when I'm a little more practiced, because right now I've been talking all night and I'm kind of like, you know, yeah, that's just what I can do when I'm kind of tired and not even practiced. When I'm practiced, I can, like, literally, they can hear me for blocks. I'm not kidding. That's, you know what? And the Sasquatch told me they used to listen to me all the time. They loved it. They loved it because they could hear me all the way in the forest when I sang down there by the river, and it would echo and it would echo through the forest, and they would be like, ah, she's singing. They really loved it. They like music. On ET time? Are you on ET time? In the middle of the night. I just don't want to get kicked out of my apartment. I don't want to get called by my, I like my apartment. I don't want to get, they'd probably tell management. Yeah, I'm about to say goodbye. I'm about to say goodnight. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I gotta say goodnight. Cowboy, though, he's wide awake right now. He's feeling fine. And so am I, actually. But you know what I'm thinking? While I'm awake, while I'm actually awake, I better get some shit done that I haven't been able to get done because I've been too fucking busy sleeping. Yeah, because it's like almost 4 in the morning here. So I've gone around and met myself already. Okay, loves, you're my family and I love you. Don't forget that you're divine. You're God, so am I. So are we all. And we're going to hack this matrix together. Okay. On that Abby normal, we're all Abby normals. Come on. That's what we're doing here together. We're Abby normals. Okay. Well, truth is very fine. I'd hope you find some here. I, I'm as truthful with you as I can be, as I know. And tell people you love that you love them. because some of them are leaving. It'll be a while before you can tell them that in the flesh again. So, and with that, I'll see you Sunday if I don't see you before. Night.